All right, what's going on, guys? Welcome back. It's the Friday grind today. We did play yesterday. We had an okay session. I think I forgot to update the last session results there, so let me do that. Let me do that before we get too far along in anything else. Yesterday we lost 585 rounded. Dang it. Day before that we lost 276. Day before that we lost 170. Day before that we won $413, which means on the month I am down 600 total, which is fine. January was rough though. We got kind of crushed. Anyway, maybe today it can be a winning day. I'm going to give it a shot. Bankroll is updated. I did remember to do that. Anyway, let's get into some action here. Michich, 55 bingo. What's up, guys? Hopping into the Centurion. It's been running for half an hour. Just gonna play heads up to start, I guess. Just the two of us. What's up, Benjamin? Says, let's get the show on the road, and good luck, bro. Thank you, sir. Two pair. Actually, kind of like half pot here. Good adjustment, bad adjustment, I don't know, but I'm gonna go half. They fold. All right, we had fun playing heads up. Gonna add this 82 Fast Friday ting. We're gonna add this 156 max bounty ting. Okay, keep barreling here. We're repping strong queen X, two pairs, and sets. Not going to be barreling very thin on this card, so we're going to probably choose like a bigger, better check. I mean, I guess ace X of hearts is one you could just like check and maybe check call, but just going to keep building and try to hit a flush. I mean, taking it down is much better, but if not taking it down, hitting a flush. All right, 2 for 2 to kick off the Centurion. Nice. Sub Sharky says, yes, yes, Maddie, good luck. Thanks for the stream. Good to have you here, buddy. I did some legs. Leg day at home today, Sharky, this morning. Did a leg day at home. I did some deadlifts. I did barbell forward lunges and barbell reverse lunges. And then I finished with squats. But I'll admit, my legs were super fatigued by the time squats came around. I don't normally do the lunges, I just mixed it up. But I think they just cooked my legs too much going into the squats. So I don't think I'd do it that way again. Yeah, sorry, my Now Playing is broken. The app that I use is broken, so I'm sorry about that. The songs I was playing in the intro, you're probably looking for End of Line by Daft Punk, if I had to guess. Gonna attack all the Broadways here. Nice. Playing heads up in this tournament too. BMC1G, good to see you. What's up? Last fiver in the house. Oh, with the sub. Thanks, man. First sub of the day, last fiver. I got to meet last fiver last year in the during the Party Poker Tour. That was fun. Not really sure if we should just keep barreling our equity here on the jack or just take the natural check. I think the second option is correct, to be honest. And check again. Lose to Jack 10. King's an issue, nine's an issue. Both are an issue. All right, so they bet 7. I mean, the thing is, I'd rather have like ace 5 of clubs here than queens with a spade and a heart as far as bluff catching goes. That doesn't mean we're not getting a good enough price to call anyway, but I mean, I'm just thinking about what kind of hands they're going to lead on the turn. Yeah, I don't know. It's just we block a lot of the floats and stuff, but I mean, they're going to have like pocket fours, 5-3. Like, there's going to end up being a lot of low cards there. So I don't know. Maybe the price is good enough or too good. Lottie Fate says, good luck. First winning session in 2026. You was on my table yesterday. Nice. Got to play a bit together. Are you saying you want me to have my first winning session or you had your first winning session? Nice to see this range fold. Getting a lot of folds on the turn today, which is nice. Not running into top range, running into middle or low part of the range. It's good variance. Not running into top range. That's good variance. Bispo. Sounds like a decent workout if you train to failure. Get some protein in you, mate, to regrow stronger. I'm going to make a protein shake on break. Coming up in 20 minutes here. Nice to pick up spades because obviously when they 3-bet pre with this stack depth and they c-bet and they double barrel, we're bluff catching. So this gives us some more outs. Now we have 2 pair. We beat ace king. We beat aces. That's all we needed. That is all we needed. They had a bluff anyway. Nice. Again, not running into top range. On the river, we wouldn't have minded if they had top range, but it's a good start. Good start. I do have the same fiance. Yeah, she's not from the Middle East, but I know what you're saying. Yeah, she's my fiance now. We got engaged last summer in June. Been together 6 years now. Things are great. She's great. Let's get into the Masters too. Did I even start updating? No, I didn't add any of these buy-ins to the sheet. Okay, I gotta catch up. Alright, I gotta catch up here. Play 55, 55, 109, 22, 150, 82, 55. Solid. Three streets, nice. Obviously it wasn't the best river. They had 8s with the club. Again, not top range. It's so nice. Makes poker a lot easier. No, I got bluffed. Thing is, I don't win the bounty, I think, often enough to warrant calling. Like that's the thing. If I have a hand that's gonna get the bounty a lot, I think we should call that river more often. But yeah, I don't think that's what we were holding. I don't really like any of the options there. 3-bet against Chris Carnage. For you, I'm a lost cause already. Fair. I'm sorry to hear it, but fair enough. Yeah, you know, I have had a winning session this year. To be fair, I have not had a winning stream this year. It's a little bit of a distinction. I'm just thinking, if we go like half pot, do they call a queen? Because they should shove like ace-6, ace-3. But I'm wondering if we go all in, do they ever call ace-jack? Just go greedy. Do they ever bluff pocket nines if we go for half pot? Not super convinced on what the best sizing is there. I mean, I'm kind of operating on the assumption that if they did have a worse two pair, they'd probably shove against half pot. If they don't, I don't think that's going to end up being the right sizing. Kings and jacks in the 55. Nice hold. Let's defend here. What's up, Dusty Truth? Good to see you, buddy. How's the grind been? Thanks, man. Glad you like it. Yeah, it's something different. I don't know. Kind of like it better than the traditional setup as well. So they raised, I went for a call. Flop well. Small bet on this board. Let's play the flop slow, I guess. We're not super deep. This hand calls well. With the ace, with the diamond. Okay, wants to barrel. I mean, we're not quite bluff catching, but we're close. I feel like they can bet king queen like this probably. So, but yeah, they're repping something over there. Something juicy. Calling down. Nice. Lucky me once again. Not running into top range. The river, you know, the fact that king jack and jack 10 and jack 9 and these sort of hands pick up a pair makes calling a lot. Like if this river's a deuce, like I snap call. When the jack hits, it's, you know, king jack wants to showdown, ace jack wants to showdown, jack 10 generally wants to showdown, considering I still have like pocket nines, pocket tens sometimes. I have some diamond draws. I have, you know what I mean? Like I actually have a lot of hands that jack 10 shows down against, so I would say on average, we're not facing a bet from Jack 10. I think most people would find a block or a check here. Just because, yeah, I mean, flatting in this position, I have some under pairs to the Jack. I have ace highs with the flush draw. I maybe have Jack 9 diamonds, right? Like, so yeah, it's a lot less exciting to call on that river when we don't expect Jack 10, Jack 9 to bluff, King Jack to bluff, Ace Jack to bluff. There can still be other stuff. I still have top pair, top kicker, covering for a bounty, unknown player, who knows? Like, I like calling, but I like calling less on that river. Matt's streaming 2 days in a row. I feel so spoiled. I don't know what that says about my streaming schedule these days, but I'm glad you're happy about it. Hard Pineapple, thank you. No music on the YouTube stream? DMCA? Yeah, exactly. Sorry. Only have music on Twitch. Well, it's either I play copyright-free stuff, which is not a bad option, but it's either I play copyright-free on both platforms, or I just do my normal thing on Twitch, and then I just go no audio on YouTube. And the thing is, like, my Twitch is still, at this point, it's still more active and a little bigger than my YouTube. My Twitch stream is bigger than my YouTube stream. So I think this is the way to do it for now. I got 2 pair. There's a problem. There's 4 diamonds on the board. You can value bet here. Like, I think blocking the ace, like, an ace is, like, the most likely one that they're going to call. So, like, I'd almost be more excited to value bet Queen 10 than Ace 5. I don't think it makes much of a difference. Maybe Ace 5's better because it beats some of their 2 pairs. I don't know if it matters at all. I don't know if it matters at all. Pretty juiced up raise here. I'm gonna call this one. Definitely see 10x playing this way, like big raise, doesn't want to blow up the pot any further. Nice. Like as far as we like trying to come up with value in the river, I can see like 7s, 8s, 9s, and some 10x playing raise flop, not wanting to commit to like a huge pot again. Like if they think I'm just like mostly sitting on overpairs and aces and kings and stuff, then they probably just want to check turn a lot and hope that I play scared. So I think it's somewhat possible they have a value bet on this river after check check turn. But at the same time, I think small bet would be the more common line from that kind of range. So it was kind of interesting what the plan was on the river. I don't know. I mean, I'm happy they checked. I'm definitely not convinced to a point where I was hoping that they would bet so I could call. Playlist is a banger. It is a banger, but only Twitch can hear it. Only Twitch can hear it. I can't even hear it. You know what's sad is when... Wait. Okay. You know what's sad is when I have my headphones off, I can't even listen to my own playlist basically because then the mic picks it up and then YouTube gets demonetized and like copyright strike. And so I can hear the faint rumblings of some music, but I'm pretty much sitting here in silence, focused up on the poker, which is not too bad. It's not a bad thing. You know, you think about like, sometimes you think about like when you're driving and you have to turn the music down to focus. Is that kind of like how it is in poker? Like, should you be banging music if it's kind of sensory overload sometimes? I don't know. I've never gotten that feeling while listening to music while playing poker. So it's probably not the same for some reason, but you have to wonder. You have to wonder, like, is it actually just crowding my brain? Do I need to be fired up from the music in order to play well? Like, why is that? Why would you need that? These are analytical decisions. Like, do you need the confidence from the music to play good poker? Then that's a whole nother issue, right? Like, energy and confidence could help you make certain decisions, but you should, in theory, be able to make those decisions anyway. Okay, I'm gonna go make my protein shake. We ran pretty good there. We won most of the pots we were involved in, which is fun. I will be right back. flow state achieved with music? There's probably something scientific positively about, I don't know, how do you define, like, I know what you mean by flow state, but like in science, how do you define flow state? I'm sure they've run tests, millions of tests. Okay, not millions of tests. I'm sure they've run thousands of tests on the effect of music, but I don't know. What do I know? I know what I know, and I don't what I don't. All right, Super 55. It's going to sort of be the main event for the Party Poker schedule today. What's up, Valuable Sandwich? What's good? What's good? I'm leaning check here. Not that I don't like betting this board ever, but small blind, 3 low cards. I'm a little bit more excited to bet King 10, King 9 on the flop. Some backdoors. Maybe it doesn't matter much. Against the size in a PKO, probably playing more shove than non-all-in stuff. Feels fine. Ace King, we're going to call for a bounty here in the 82. It's a good flop. Nice. Good one. How did this one play out, though? It was a small turn bet, raise, call, and then check fold, I suppose. Oh, they led the river and then jam. Oh. Interesting. It's going to be a big fold for me right now. It's going to be a big fat fold. I'm not saying good fold. I'm saying big fold. Another gun, one button. Small blind squeeze to 14. I mean, deep, like 100 big blinds deep, I'd much prefer to be suited. And I would like always call if this was raise call from these positions, but oh, it's just like such an annoying spot. An insane fold. But we will make it. So here I went check call, and then they went half pot turn. I just check called again. Just feel like they're gonna just target, like I feel like with half pot turn, they're just gonna target all my Broadway floats, my missed backdoor flush draws. Like I think ace king actually wants to stick around. They find a big river bet here. Damn. 3-bet pot. Pretty interesting spot on the river. They're repping full houses. Pretty much. I think that's it. Maybe aces. Although as played, actually, aces is almost impossible. Just repping quads, repping a full house. It's not much. It's a very interesting spot. It's not much that they're repping. Could even be a bad fold, to be honest. Could really be a bad fold somehow. So we bet the flop small. The thing is, when we go small, we have all the 10x in our range. I am gonna bluff here. I'm gonna call. Go for this linear 3-bet sizing, 70 blinds deep, which is, I think, the right strat. Six, six, five, diamond, diamond, heart. We still lose to all the value. People do like to bluff with a 5, ace 5. It's never great to see a 5 on the board. I think we're gonna let it go. It's never ideal to see a 5 on the board. Well, we lose a big pot there, but I don't think 3-bet fold to 4-bet is quite reasonable there. I mean, I think in theory we're probably supposed to call the flop, but I don't hate folding. Naznarab in the house. Legend. Naznarab has been around a long time. What's up, Christopher? Sharing a stream streak. That didn't show up in my chat here. I didn't see it till I went to actually the Twitch page. It's good, Matt. Has your streaming schedule changed? Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. I haven't been playing Mondays. I've been playing about 50% of Fridays. So you'll see me more on Friday and a lot less on Monday. Still trying to stream Sundays and Thursdays mostly. But if I'm being completely honest, my schedule is a little bit whether I'm in the mood to play. Well, our hand is like pretty good. We could still be behind, but it's actually pretty good now. It's just tough to choose exactly what it's worth multi-way on the paired turn. I'm gonna choose around half pot. I think that's decent. So this range called pre, checked flop. Oof. I think check fold here. Do they have like enough ace 6, king 6 type stuff? Ace 9? Or is it check call, or is it block? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it's easy if it goes check, check, but... I do think they're just gonna still have 5s, 7s, 8s, and check flop a lot. Flushes get there, which is super relevant. The fact that the flush gets there is super relevant. When I go bet turn, call, call. I think we just fold here. We just fold. Well, now we definitely fold, but I was going to fold anyway. They had the bluff. So sick. They had the bluff. They had the bluff. Okay. Well. I did what I could in this hand, I think. Check flop, bet turn, 2 callers. Just a tricky river out of position. I'm not in love with the idea of going thin here like block. I don't know why. I just don't expect a ton of 7x, 8x in the calling range here. I guess big blind is who we'd be targeting mostly. For value. But I mean, they do have 6s. Maybe they have 4s. Ace 8, ace 7 suited's not out of the question. So maybe, I don't know, maybe block is better than check. Getting a call from my dentist. Hold on. Queen, Jack, Ace, King. Oh, sick. That's so good for us. So good. I play call here. Like, 3-betting is good, of course. It's not like it's super exciting to get it in for 40 blinds, even against a big stack here. Like, it's fine to do, but when it goes call, shove, it's a pretty good spot for us, so. I think once we get down to like 25 to 30 blinds, we're just gonna be able to get it in and like win the pot so often by shoving that it's a lot nicer. But I think for 40, calling becomes decent. Which protein do you use? I don't know. It's a new one. It's a new one I picked up. It's chocolate. That's what I know is that it's chocolate. It's a Canadian brand, and it's maybe it's is it PVL? Yeah, it's PVL. So it's a PVL ISO whey ISO chocolate. This guy did a good job of not respecting my 3-bet. Fair enough. Fair enough. I made a 3-bet queen 8 offsuit, so they were absolutely on point with that one. They were on point, man. They nailed it. This one kind of feels like one of those you ship it. Because I think they called jacks and 10s here. Just want to stack that part of their range. Or just win a lot. Can we go thin on the 4-liner with the spade river as played? It's under the gun. Triple check. No, I think we value on ourselves probably too often here. There you go. There you go. Good read on that. Just you have to recognize that under the gun multi-way on this board is, well, at least some players are going to be checking a lot on the flop. The turn is not going to bring in a lot of bets for them, so they still have. And then the 4-liner and the flush on the river, they're still going to be checking all those overpairs. So if anything's calling light, it's going to be that part of the range, which beats us. However, again, the big blind does have stuff we can target. So, just getting into these multi-way spots on these interesting boards. Jeez, all the outs in the deck. I'm muted. Whoops. I was saying here we lost against the ace-5, but we have a chance to double back up. We do. And then in this pot I was saying we win sometimes. They show down some queen-jack, they show down some maybe queen-9, they show down some ace-high, they show whatever. Right, so we don't necessarily need to triple barrel the 3 once we hit that pair. That's what I was saying about that one. So I called here with the 4-3 because I think it's a little unnatural to go thin on the Queen of Hearts river. Of course, it's not bad, but they have to bet twice with a 7 or a 4 here thin. Whereas when my range has hands like King 6, King 5, Ace highs, Jack 10, 9 10, like I think it's harder to value bet thin on this run out, which is the sizing they chose, than it is to just like try to bluff me off something like that for the same size. So yeah, I expect to lose sometimes, but I don't know. I felt like, you know, if I can still have all these like King and Ace highs and Jack 10, Jack 9 type stuff, random. Yeah, whatever it is. But yeah, they had a flush, so nice hand. This player's been going all in a couple times. Hopefully they shove here. I feel like I saw a couple open jams. Like maybe they actually had specific hands they wanted to go all in with. Looks that way. Jack 8-6 multi-way. Nothing for the ace king at the moment. Trying to show down. Button goes for a delay. Small bet. Dang it. That's good. Yeah, we're just gonna shove here. I think checking some Queen X that, like, I think they're opening Queen 10, Queen 9, Queen 8 suited, Queen 7, Queen 6. Well, hopefully not Queen 6, but just value betting our strongest trips in our range is probably better than trapping. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't make so much difference the kicker if we're never gonna fold anyway. Probably doesn't. Yeah, because like my brain wants to say, oh yeah, like if check a queen once in a while, But I actually don't think the strength of the queen, like unless they're gonna check back their weakest queen, in which case we need to put the money in to stack their weakest trips. That would be a reason that we need to think about our kicker, is if they were not going to value bet the queen themselves. Like if they had, let's say they open like queen four suited, right? Let's say after I check raise and barrel and then check, let's say they don't want to value bet that weak trips because they think I'm bluffing or I have a better queen. Well, then we would want the shove because we need to force the money in against that hand. But I don't think they're going to check, so I don't actually think it matters too much. I think the kicker would more matter as far as like what are their double floats, what are they going to bluff, that sort of blocker stuff. It's probably a lot more of a frequency thing than a kicker thing. Three X call. Okay, we got to dodge the two pairs. Nice. Big pot in the 55 on the Friday. That's huge. I mean, they flopped decently. Obviously, that was a very wide play, but they did flop some good backdoors and a pair. In their defense. What's up, Road Dog? Happy Friday, buddy. Raise 3-bet call, check, check. 10% from them on the turn. I'm okay with that. It's pretty much a check. Works for me. I'll take it. Queen 6-3. Flatting off 25. Gotta think. Bet or check, bet or check, bet or check. I'll go bet. I think Big Blind can find a lot of ways to be aggressive on this board, so. Raise pre-call, c-bet call, barrel call. Showdown. Nice. 2 folds, which is fine. That's fine. Raise, call, bet, call. Bluffing turn. Uncle Norris. They check to me, I'm checking back. 6 ball, probably gonna go check, check. They raise, not all in off 10, that's sick. Okay. What an interesting play. Like, my plan was to bet fold against shove. Min raise doesn't change that much, but I am very curious about what they had. A lot of blind versus blind pots right now. 10-8 with a diamond. Gonna be floating here. I'm not gonna bluff turn. I think it's overdoing it. We have so many low gutters and draws and things too, which is just, I don't think it's, when I just call off 30, they're gonna remove some of my top pair. I'm gonna have a lot of this low garbage. I don't think we want to bluff like everything on the turn, because I don't think it's too hard of a spot for them to check call, basically. Even some high card stuff. Pot. Shit. Timed out. Small blind calls here. Let's start small. So I started off 30 blinds. I think we're gonna triple barrel. Like, yeah, they have a 6, but I think some people might jam a 6 on the turn, and they definitely might raise it on the flop. Because I think I'm expected to go bet check a lot here, so they might fast play a 6 on the turn or on the flop. Ace queen is possible, but not, like, they might shove pre or 3-bet pre. So yeah, I think we want to triple barrel here, try to get the full double in the 109. Sweet. Get called down. Nice. This is a bit random. I just think it's a really awkward call, or it's a really awkward call or fold. Gonna mix in a bluff here. Now the question is, do we need a fire river? I don't think so. I think we show down sometimes. They also make full houses. They also have flushes. If they had a draw ace queen, they can show down. Ace 10 with a spade, they can show down. If I thought their range was super weak and didn't have a lot of these high card hands, I think bluffing makes a lot of sense. But when it's multi-way on this kind of board, they're going to check a lot of strong hands on the flop. People check flushes, people check sets and boats and two pairs and aces. So like getting to the river, I think they're a little too strong. Or like maybe we just show down and win sometimes. So turn, I'm really just targeting, I don't know, turn is like a weird kind of merge almost. Trying to like, if they're betting like too thin, getting some of the weaker pairs to fold, but like getting called by just like, yeah, ace 10, ace queen with a spade. But yeah, I think shutting down is probably best with that one. It's like, what am I trying to get to fold now? Am I trying to fold ace king on this jack of spades brick? Am I trying to get ace king to fold? Am I trying to get a jack to fold after they bet and call the raise on the turn? They're not folding quads. They're not folding a full house. They're not folding a flush. Everything else I beat. They'd have to have nines or eights with a spade, which I don't even think bets. Turn. So yeah, there's just not enough to target, I don't think, on that river especially. Like if the river's not a jack, we could target maybe a little bit of jack X. But yeah, once they make trips, they never fold, so we can't target that anymore. And with a tiny bit of showdown, raising for value here. Turns the queen. Yeah, it's not the best turn. Lose to ace queen and king jack of diamonds and spades if they call it. Still quite a bit of value though. It can't be denied. Ace king, ace jack, queen jack of diamonds, king queen of diamonds. 7x of diamonds. Still quite a bit of value, but sometimes dead. Sometimes dead. Oh, queens. 2 outs. They had backdoor diamonds and whatever, but that fucking sucks. That one blows. Queen, queen. Shove, ISO, call. We do win the side pot against ace king. We don't get the bounty, but that's fine as long as we're in. All right, guys, we're down to 2.8 blinds after that one. That hurt. So sick. What's up? How do you layer your tables like that? Not sure what you mean. God, my music was too loud. It's gonna get freaking copyright again. Well, this is for 5x. Quintuple up. 3, 4, 5. Yeah, exactly. It's for a quintuple up. Spades? Ooh. Oh, such a joke, man. I think big bet on the king. I don't think check raise when... I don't think check raise when the flush is there. They're going to be careful even with their strong kings. So we just go big bet, big bet. How greedy? I think this is fine. King, queen, some good value. All right, good game in the 109. That's it. Played some good pots there. Got pretty unlucky. This is so weird, man. Block. How much Jack X do they have? I think block actually makes a little bit of sense here. So I can see a jack playing this way, and I think it just always checks. I think they can still bluff against this. They're still going to obviously value bet queen 10, king queen, pocket fives, whatever they were repping. I don't know. Yep. So we don't lose value from that part of the range. That's so sick that they just had pocket fives, man. Just turned it. I'm like, what honestly checks back and raises here? This is so annoying. Like, this is such a weird spot, but like, how can I honestly fold queen 8 there? Apparently it would have been pretty sick if I did. Nobody would have liked it, but it would have been pretty sick. Okay. The pot you guys missed, I lost an all-in here. They shoved for 7, I called with 4s, and they hit their 3-outer on the river. So $52 bounty, no good. We're encountering a tiny bit of negative variance now. Tiny bit. All right. Break time. Be back in 5 minutes. Thanks for watching today. It's been a fun start. It's been like all post-flop stuff, which is fun. Like I feel like we have not been sweating a lot of pre-flop decisions. It's been just post-flop, which has been fun. Pre-flop's boring. Okay, yeah, break time. Dave says sick on the queen 8. If he jams the turn, do you call? If he rips the turn? Yeah, because I don't know what is doing that. I can't really think of a value hand that would want to check. Like, it's like a logic process of like, okay, somebody checks back the flop, right? If they're trapping, and then the turn comes safe, and I bet big, right? They've started the hand with a trap mindset of I'm gonna trap here with my trips. Generally, you do that so you let your opponent bet, right? So if I start betting on a safe card, it doesn't bring in a flush draw, it doesn't bring in extra straight draws, it doesn't bring in a flush draw. So like, it's really weird for me to think that somebody is now going away from a trapping mindset to I'm gonna blow up the pot mindset. You know what I mean? I feel like if they have a strong trips here, they're not raising the turn. They're just gonna call and let me do my thing. So when they raise the turn, I think it's like a weird jack, just trying to like get protection and then like give up, or it's like a weird bluff or pocket fives. But yeah, I think it's like really unlikely pocket fives would shove. So if they did shove the turn, I think I would call, even though that'd be a very big shove. Just because I think the mindset shift would be just too weird to give it credit. Does that make sense? So yeah, 3.5x 3-bet here and an overcall. Not like in love with the ace-10, but we have a lot of chips. We have a nice suited ace. Try to maneuver. Try to maneuver. This does not frighten me at all. Can we raise? I think ace-queen exists. I think... yeah, I don't know. I think we're getting some money from bluffs too. So I'll probably just call is probably making the most money. Well, now we hope it's a bluff. Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, I feel like they got to find a way to play a much bigger pot here with this hand. Good game in the 82. We lose an all in. Cash for $18. gonna start bluffing this ace-7. I'm gonna try to fold out better aces. Deuces, threes, fours. I mean, a lot of stuff calls us here, but we're gonna fire the river quite often too. Target ace-9, target any of those pairs that have the spade, target sevens, ace-8, ace-6. It's a pretty uncomfortable spot for a lot of these hands. And of course, all the ace-jack, ace-queen with the spade. You know, sometimes they have a strong hand, whatever. But we can have a set, we can have a flush, we can have king-10, could have kings, aces. Oof, 4-liner flush completer. I'm comfortable check folding here. I mean, we have to decide if we want to block for value, if that's better. I do want to give the illusion that they have showdown. I don't want to make them feel like they don't have showdown and then suddenly they're just sending it on us. That makes sense. Like, I think unless I'm quite confident that I want to get value, it's probably not better to, yeah, like 10-4 with the club. If I go for a little cheeky bet, that's a hand that might say, you know what? I'm sending it. That's exactly the type of hand. Whereas if I bet this river, they don't feel like they have showdown anymore. Suddenly it's an all-in. And if I'm not inducing, if I'm not prepared to call, then we don't like that. Hey, Ricardo, good to see you again, man. Check, check, flop, check, call, turn. Rep in the 10. Play aggressively deep stacked against the cutoff. I don't know. Yeah. Let's do it. 7 of clubs. Okay. Well, they didn't fold the flop. 5-6 improves to the nuts. 7-8 improves. Pocket 7s, 6s, and 5s pick up outs. Check and pray for check, check is what we're doing here. Check and pray for check, check. I went for a jam here for 20. 3 off the money. Get it through. Oh my god, they got 28 big blinds. I mean, do we call, try to hit... Do we beat anything? They would need to float some sort of like Jack 10 of spades. They would have to want to battle me deep stacked. They are in position. They do have a lot of chips. They could be the type of player to have a bluff or two. Okay. I think it's more likely they have me beat, but I obviously have the flush draw, which will very likely pay off big because their value range is so strong that if we hit the flush, we're just going to stack them like very, very, very frequently. So I think the implied odds of that, considering their... Nice. The implied odds of that, considering their value range is so strong. It's sets, it's straights, it's 7-8, it's 2... You know what it... You know, like that's just not going to fold the river. They're not going to want to fold. So, yeah. Anyway, let's see if they did have one of those floats. They had 6 deuce of spades, so they had the gutter. Not really one that I think about very often as showing up, but it did. Nice, lucky us. Lucky us. Okay, I'm all in with 6s, 4s, and 5s. Jamming against the big stack on the button for 25 and the PKO. GG's. We lose that table as well. Sixes, we get called by ace 10. We're going to hold there. That's better. That's better. What's up, Master Masquerade? Good to see you again as well. I don't feel like 7s on the bubble is worth much in this position. Five X bluff ISO against 40 BB. You don't see many people go for that. Sometimes you do. 6-2 suited. That was wide. That was spicy. Queen Jack gutter against call and call. No heart in my hand. Decided on barrel. I mean, we know Nisoko is playing wide. Big blind. Yeah, I mean, I went quarter pot on the flop, so they're still gonna have some 9x, maybe ace deuce. Couple awkward hands in there. Didn't want to bluff the river just because we beat ace x of hearts, queen x of hearts, we beat a sticky 9, jack 10 of hearts. We beat enough hands. Don't want to overdo it. We still have like a lot of, like I'm opening quite wide as chip leader here, so we're gonna have lots of random ace high bluffs. We're gonna have 5-6 suited, 6-7, like some of those ugly ones, queen 8 suited. Like we have a lot of choices for bluffs, so don't want to overdo it. Gonna be calling here on the stone bubble. Good luck. Nice. We're gonna burst the bubble. Burst the bubble. Gain some chips. Nice. We have our first cash of the day. Matt, yesterday I missed your top 5. Yeah, I couldn't really like think. I couldn't think super well coming up with a good list. I mean, the list that you had was pretty good. how many chips I have. Foldings just hurts. If I thought the big blind was over bluffing here, I'd probably just pile because this player is so loose. Find a discipline laydown. Like my exposure to female poker players, like from back in the day, kings and jack nine, oof, that's a house. It was very limited. It was pretty much anybody that was playing the high stakes poker game or poker after dark. So it was Jennifer Tilly and Jennifer Harmon. That was like pretty much my only exposure. And then I guess like years later, it was Maria Ho, Liv Barry, Vanessa Selps. All right, so defended pre, which is ugly, but like when we cover, our equity realization goes up. It was a min raise, blah, 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 blah. I mean, basically, are we trying to get hero folds here? We go after their bluffs, we go after ace king, ace jack, we go after something that doesn't want to get stacked for 40 blinds here. With ICM. Which could be a lot of things. Could be aces. Kings is a better call here than aces on the turn for them. I think jacks is probably a better call than aces as well. Has more outs, blocks straights. Do you use like an Excel to track wins and losses? Yeah. Deuces for 24 big blinds. I think it's a call. I don't think jamming is that good. It's probably not losing. It's probably like fine. Don't think it's that good, but I think playing in position post flop is going to work pretty well for us. But we don't get to this time. Called flop, called turn here, blind versus blind. It was raise, big bet, check. Did not want to let it go. We're on a nice run there in the Masters. Nines against ace eight here. Solid. I'm gonna call this. Do you have favorite hole cards apart from the obvious ones? I don't, honestly. Vanessa Rousseau, yeah, good shout. Forgot about that. Good shout there. I did forget about Vanessa Rousseau. That's what you get for not raising the flop. Look at this. Ace of Hearts. Last hand it was raised 3-bet and 4-bet, so I folded my ace 9. I don't think we have any bluff here. I should have a lot of pocket pairs. Couple of worse diamonds combos. We kind of block what would be the folds, I guess, as well. Like kings and random queen X. Okay, we're gonna hold against the combo draw there, nice. Under the gun calls here. Interesting. We're kind of on the bubble, so maybe I should just play scared here. I wanted to raise, but I don't love raising against the big blind's range. So raise call, went for a squeeze. I was planning to 3-bet bluff anyway. This call in the small blind was a little weird, but take it down, nice. Take it down, take it down, take it down. Town, open ender against the button and the small blind. I think call's better than shove now, to be honest. True? Because with their stacks, I don't think king jack, king 10 fold, no flush draws fold, no queen folds. I feel like if they have pocket fours here or whatever, I think I can find a way to win against it anyway by not going all in. I don't think we need a jam against small pairs. And they might not even fold a small pair. They'll probably just put me on a draw and call. So. I do think shove's the best play here. It looks strong, but should have some weak flush draws that we can bluff. Looks strong, but yeah. I mean, I suppose on the ace, a hand like 10-8 of hearts, which maybe shoves on the flop, but maybe doesn't for a lot of the same reasons I didn't shove the jack 10. A hand like 10-8 of hearts doesn't have good showdown here. A hand like any sort of 8x of hearts. So there's a few bluffs. It's not impossible. There's a few. I called turn. I guess I'm going to fold river. I lose to everything. Went for a reshove against the button here. They had a decent hand. Like if you're into aces or whatever. It's not my style, but. I mean, they have 130 blinds. They want to call me anyway. If I was bluffing, I'd probably just run it here. Shove seems fine. I do think they're going to have a tough time calling, but I think it's just all in. Shit. Oh, it is fine. It is fine. Okay, we have another cash, the 22 Predator. We are in there hunting the bounties. Actually gonna go check here, and we're gonna shove for ISO shove this one. Okay, nice. Turn double gutter, with the ICM. This feels pretty no nonsense, unfortunately. I think small bet call where you want to continue and like try to bluff the river or something, but yeah, I think bet call, we can raise or call turn. I think bet raise, we should just fold. Bet the flop, bet the turn. B50 the river. Go thin. Pretend I'm going thin. I just think they're going to get to the river with a lot of like 3x, 4x, even like ace deuce, king deuce sometimes. Like I just think they're going to have a lot of these weak pairs, which this might work really well against, possibly. But we get raised, so we don't get any info, and we do not get the fold. All right, we got the final table of the Masters. First place, $831. I mean, my buy-ins right now are $740, so if we ship this thing, we vault into a winning day right away. All right, so we have chip leader on my, oh no, never mind. Chip leader 2 to my left, second in chips to my right, third in chips across the table. There is some clear short stacks right now, 11 big blinds, 10 big blinds. The next couple ladders, pretty small. Yeah, I mean, like top 5, it starts to be pretty decent, but yeah, ladders are pretty small to start. I think Kasuf takes it too far, and I think Kasuf has done shady things, so I think I mean, I think the fact that he repeatedly just insists on being belligerent and borderline abusive at the table, as a Griffin banger once said, Benger, I think it's probably justified. Ricardo. You know? Well, what's the hype around Brooks Koepka? Brooks Koepka is a 5-time major champion and not a strong personality, but you know, kind of a specific personality. So most of the hype around Brooks is that he has won 5 majors, which puts him in pretty rare territory as far as legacy goes in golf. So that's the main thing, but he's also like, I don't know, or at least he used to be kind of like a bit of a D-bag and like, I don't know, that just draws eyeballs. But mostly because he's sick at golf. And I mean, obviously, the more recent hype around Brooks is that he's back on the PGA after being gone for 4 years. Raise 3-bet. I decided to call and not shove pre, which I don't hate the decision. I mean, we get this board and a double barrel all in. It's kind of worst case. But all right, we had a really good stack in this tournament. We lost some with the Queen 7. King 5 against King Jack here. King Jack holds. We're going to lose our first player at the final table. Wow, this is sick. Big stack raise, shove for 20, call for 20. We've seen this player play some loose pots. This might not be loose. It's tough to be too loose here, but still going to go with my hand. Okay, we're heads up against ace king. That's really average. It's annoying. We also lost with aces pre-flop here. Blind versus blind. They shoved, I called. They hit a set. And this player is playing this pot like this, which is also not good for us on the final table. We lose our 3rd pot in a row on the final table. Can I win a pot, please? For a bounty, for 2 bounties in the 22. This would be my first bounties in the tournament. Come on, big hand. Perfect. Nice, nice. Let's go. All right, that's fine. I still have 30 blinds in the FT. I just want a double bounty here. That's huge. This one was only 7 blinds, and I did actually win chips in this pot, so whatever complaints I can come up with, they're unfounded. They're unfair. Poker Rich, Date Mike, and myself. Flawed jams, we fold. Min bounties. Easy money, 7s holds. I still raise the ace-8 here. What's up, Pitos or Pitos? My game selection is not only based on my bankroll total. It's about what I think I can beat. It's about showcasing party poker games as a sponsored player with them, and it's about how much variance I want to take on. I mean, the bankroll number is not just sitting on the poker site waiting to be tossed into the games, but you know, we play 109s, 215s, we play the odd 500, we play 300s. 22s are the bottom of my buy-in range, but it's not, you know, it's like for fun or also just for reasons that aren't directly tied to the bankroll number. My streams are also just about content, and my partners have some influence on that. Limp and then stab, take it down there. Bet turn on the diamond, 2 calls and another diamond peels off. Feel like it's close. I feel like we want to almost follow through here. Ace Jack, wow. What a crazy time to have Ace Jack. That's crazy. Slow play or fast play the kings. Middle position opens. Oh, I have no time bank. Whatever I do, don't time out. That's rule number 1. Okay, we're gonna double up. Nice one. Here we have a shove, a call, and a call at the final table. Sick. It's gonna be a fold for me. PGD is saying, I'm having my worst single run bad day I think I've ever had. My win rate on party is minus 394 EV according to my game. One of them where you just laugh when you go all in as you know it's coming. Yeah, just like zero confidence all in. Pocket sixes making the overcall here, hitting a set on the river. What do the other players have? Shove from nines, call from ace jack, call from sixes. Okay. Well, we're going to lose another player. Which is fine for us, I'd say. Shoving a call, ace eight, running into ace queen here, and we're going to lose another player. None of the ladders were too big in the first couple of knockouts. They get a bit better now, though. Still nice, though. I mean, we're sitting on 25 blinds. Pretty much 0 ladders are guaranteed for us. It's pretty easy to get in 25 blinds and get coolered. Fair, thank you. Yeah, no worries. I mean, it's a fair question as well. I don't blame you for asking. It's just... it hurts to fold here, but... The problem is, I think, obviously multi-way. I don't know if they're like range betting this board, but the big blind can play so aggressive against bet and call, especially when they have us covered and they've been relatively active. So I do think we probably just want to fold the flop. Debatably. Yeah, I don't know. In 2026, right? Like, the games are tougher. If I wanted to move up in stakes, it would be 500s and 1Ks, 2Ks, 5Ks, 10Ks. I don't want to play those that high of stakes. So I'm left with 215, 109, 55, 320, 22s, 33s, 44s, right? Like, that's kind of where I get to live. If I want to move up in stakes, it's 1Ks and 500s and 2Ks and so on. So it's like you hit a point where the jump becomes pretty big. If you want to play higher stakes, you bring in a lot of variance. And then I have to ask myself as a player who's struggled to have a lot of success over the last couple of years, okay, do I have enough money to play higher stakes? Yes. Do I have the game? Do I want the variance? And is that the best use of my money? Right? Because your bankroll hits a certain part in life where you have to, well, you should consider where you're investing your money. Should you invest it on the poker tables, or should you invest it in the stock market, in crypto, a savings account, real estate, startups? You know, like, there's options, right? Yeah, when your bankroll's 5K and you're trying to build up to playing 109s and 215s and stuff, it makes sense to just keep reinvesting into the game because you want to continue to move up in stakes. But I think there's a point where, I don't know, I'm just at a point right now where I'm comfortable with the stakes I'm playing. It makes sense for my sponsor as well, Party Poker, because I'm playing this schedule every day and it's a lot of mid-stakes stuff. Obviously, there's a high stakes tournament every day. There's high stakes tournaments. There's more high stakes tournaments on Sunday, and we do get some higher stakes tournaments on other sites as well throughout the week. But just for there's 3 or 4 or 5 reasons why I'm not firing 1Ks every day. You know, and it's a bit of like my performance in tournaments. I want that money elsewhere, not in high stakes MTTs. Sponsors, whatever, right? So it's just kind of a mix. Anyway, we're back in 2 minutes. I'm gonna take a break. We'll keep on with this FT. King Jack O. Yeah, I mean, it's not exciting to open, but probably the bottom. Small blind call here for 22. So I think King Queen gets in there. I think maybe some pairs. Ace Jack. Ace Queen ever. I mean, we have a good hand with this exact combo. Strong top pair with the spade. Diversification is key. I mean, I don't know. I think it's at least sort of smart. I'm almost 30 now. I have a fiance. Live in real life out here. we still get to play great tournaments, great stakes. Like, do I want to add in 15 to 20K in buy-ins every week? Take on that variance? You could. You're betting on your game. You're betting on yourself. It's not like it's a bad decision necessarily. It's just you have to balance. Like you're choosing that versus something else. It's not like that's the only option you have, right? Gotta call. But like, do we? But we gotta call. But do we? We do. Yeah. The running hearts and the board pair is disaster for King Queen, but they have an easy double barrel with worse hands and some bluffs. So yes, we do need to call. Nice pot in the 150. Love that. 160K now. Lucky hand. Chip leader raises here. What is our plan for 25 big blinds? Ugh. There's so many even stacks. I haven't had an awkward spot like this in a while. Is it just shove? I feel like inducing when they can play a lot of call is not super nice. It might just be jam. It's just like basically to get a fold though, or win a flip. I don't think they call like nines, that's the problem. Unless they always just think I have ace king. Definitely gotta look at this one. I gotta go back into the replayer now. What would you guys do with tens? Because like I'm also considering call and fold, which is I feel like going for all in when there's part of you that could almost just rationalize folding or taking a flop makes the shove a lot scarier. Chip leader is limping. I do want to play this pot. I'm tied for last. I have a suited king in position against who knows what this range looks like. I want to play in position. It's a little wide in ICM, but as long as we're in position for small sizings, it's not so bad. Not so bad. Two pair. I'm moderately excited about it. Four liner, there's a flush possible. Just fold here. Nice bet. Nice bluff if it was. We're going to go for a bounty here. King Jack in the same position, slightly shallower. We'll go for another raise. Okay, hunting another bounty here. This time it's aces. Dang. Lazy Lots, I followed this channel. You've been following since, wow, yeah, 2016. Long time. Thank you, sir. 2016, that is a long time ago, isn't it? It's 2026 now. Crazy. Roddy in the chat says, good luck in the 55. You too, sir. Give you a friend of the stream tag. Queen 9 in position. Takes it. Roddy's everywhere, man. Can't dodge him. Can't dodge him. Everywhere. 47 left in the Classico. 41 paid. We're getting close. Getting close. Seven, 8 on the FT, folding. Squeezing. Foo Fighter, what's up, man? Ace 10 called, 15 big blind jam here. Interesting. Ace king against aces, cooler. Three bet and C bet. Nice to get, honestly, nice to get any folds going 1/4 on this board. Out of position. Expect to have to double barrel a lot or just play tricky turns. I'm gonna go for thin value. I don't know. I don't expect to get trapped too often here. Just the way the final tables normally work. Just gonna get it in. 2 overs flush draw. Gotta go. Gotta go. They can still fold. They can be bluffing this kind of board. We're never dead. Good luck, guys. Sevens. Leads the flop. He's good right now. No! Unlucky. GG's. We're gonna get 6th place. We never really got to the real money. We were, like I said, top 5 is when the ladders start getting good, and we got 6th. Unlucky there. Shit. Big flip. Big flip one. Could have checked pre. Would have kept the pot smaller, but... I mean, we kind of saw what I was thinking is that we're just not going to face limp jam very often against this player. Like they limp called sevens for less than 20 blinds. Which I mean it's not a losing play from them. But like most people would limp jam or shove pre or raise call off pre, like they would find some aggressive line. This player is just limp calling, so they're probably going to play a lot of hands that might normally go all in or bluff. Probably more passive, which means I can raise a little bit more linear and just expect to play in position post flop or take it down. Like the problem with raising these hands usually is like you don't want to raise fold because you have such a good hand, right? You don't want to just run into monsters. or like have a hand that you have 50% equity against and just fold your equity against it, right? So I think a decent adjustment, but it does actually bite us, get it in. And I'm making that read based on just some of the other plays we saw at the FT, limping in the cutoff, just flatting some hands that could have 3-bet. Just some little details that change how we play the spot. To have 25 to 23 big blinds is not much different. Call to see the flop, fold, no all in, risky business. Yeah, fair. Like fair, but at the same time, the chip leader is going to be opening very wide. So we're gonna get a fold a ton. And also sometimes they call with a flip, or like, who knows, maybe pocket nines if they put me on ace king. So yes, if we call and try to flop a set, we only lose 2 big blinds if we don't hit the set, assuming we're not gonna play a lot of flops and turns, which we probably will. So we might lose a little bit more doing that. But the shove should probably be a winning play. It might not be the best play, but I don't think it's gonna lose chips, if that makes sense. I don't know. Interesting spot. I obviously don't know the answer. I had to save it. Call did cross my mind. All right, we added another 55 on the side here. Foo Fighter calling here, button calling. Shove is good for me. I don't, for 40, I don't, like tens and jacks and stuff do not play flat too often. 9-3-3. I think check's good. We want to give the big blind confidence here. Although it's not like they ever fold a 3 or a flush draw or a 9. Maybe betting against the big blind's actually better because they're just, stuff that they get in is just pretty obvious. Anyway, calling turn. Ace queen, we're all in for 12 in the Predator. Phil Ivy going for my bounty. 0-4. Ace king. Oh, so sick. We stay alive in the money. Let's go. That's huge. We beat Ivy. And we beat the nut flush. 2 for 2 there. Last minute of registration. We got 25 in bounties here, 60 blinds. Lucky to stay alive. Against the GOAT. Ace 10 of hearts. We are 1 away from the money though, and it's a raise and a 3-bet from 2 big stacks. So, do you include bounties in your cash this number? Yep. Yeah, bounties go in there, but only when we're done the tournament. So I don't add them as they happen. I just add them after. Got a great spot here. If I get called with the ace 9, I'll go over there. This spot's better though. Took it down with the ace 9. Nines, we also take it down, which is not terrible. Picking up 5 big blinds pre at this stage. Roddy's got a good bounty though, $20 and then 22. Need a 10 here to survive. I shoved for 3 big blinds. That was my remaining stack. Okay. Second biggest stack here, 2.5. I think we skipped the ace 8. Feels close though. I don't know. I don't know if I got that one right. Three bet the king 9, take it down. Raise king 9, fold king queen. What is this guy doing? What is this guy doing? Open the queen jack. We get a call on the button. Here we're going to shove for our last 6 big blinds. Nice to take that down. Let's see how the ace 10 does. All right, good luck. Good spot. Nice. Nice. We're staying alive. Anyway, I added the 75 here and the 108, a couple of turbos, along with the 55. So the buy-ins have increased a bit. Session continues. Still doing pretty well here in the 150. Actually, don't have a bounty. And I'm like middle of the pack. I thought I was doing better here, honestly, but I mean, I don't feel too bad about having 55 blinds. I was short stacking it at one point, so it's probably partly why I feel good about it. You do see people limp call like king jacks and stuff, so I don't love shoving this one. I do think we have to play it though. We saw them limp ace jack offsuit off 10 big blinds earlier as well. So we're not safe from dominating combos. Oh my god. Raise jam. I guess it's a 2 blind call, 6 blind call. I guess it's not that crazy, but it looks crazy. This is an all-in a call. What's going on my tables? This is a 3-way all-in. What is going on out here? Raise, call, squeeze, 4-bet. What? Jesus. It's Friday night, man. It's Friday night. Look at this. What is this? Wait, what? Did the online poker algorithms all simultaneously just collapse? 6-way pot here. 4-way pot here. 4-way pot here. 4-bet squeezes. What just happened, man? Goodness gracious. Oh, we gotta play this Seville phase. That's what we gotta do. Could late reg it though. Maybe I'll late reg it. I have 8 tables. All right, 53%. Nice. Nice one. King, queen, all in. Three ways. I guess I should have assumed, given what's been going down. Flush. Is it the best flush? It is. Raise pre-call. Check, check. Check, check. Go for B50. snap call. Okay. Surprised they didn't bet the river here, but I guess to their credit, I did have ace four, which means I probably have a lot of the same weak ace kind of stuff. Anyway, we still get paid, still get a bit of value. Ace 10 suited against 5 big blinds. Pretty uncomfortable spot there. Ooh, shove from the short stack. I ISO. Big blind wakes up the ace queen. No. Sucks. I lose to both here. Covered both for bounties. Final 32. Lose to both. That was a big spot. I thought about maybe blocking there just to hope that they bluff small pairs, which if they're not going to call me light, then that might be our most profitable line. Might very well be the most profitable line. Although, I guess my words are not... I didn't really show you any of the previous actions, so... I feel like a pretty strong bet, considering they're all in. I think I'm just going to call. Try to see a run out. God, just everything bricks, eh? Block hearts, block king queen, block queen 10. All right, I lose. I lose. Rod Stiffington. Oh, these people. Should we float all of our 9/8s? No diamond, no club, just garbage. I'm gonna send it. I'm gonna send it. Oh no. Can't look. I can't watch. Trying to bluff Rod Stiffington, by the way, on a Friday. I'm bluffing Rod Stiffington from Canada on a Friday. What am I doing, bro? What do you mean that's your friend? That's my fiance's friend? What does that mean?
I know him. Don't bluff him.
No, I'm bluffing him.
He's a nice guy.
It worked!
Wow, what a fish.
Rihanna, your poker knowledge, right? You're playing on a Friday night. People are drinking. They're loose. This guy's username is Rod Stiffington from Canada. It's probably with the boys. Are you bluffing that guy?
He's a nice guy.
What does that mean?
Not like I know this guy. That's his real name.
Okay. I don't know what to make of this.
Goodbye. Good job.
Thank you. Queen 10 against Ace Jack. We win here. Rod Stiffington. Oh, that might have been one of the worst bluffs ever. I cannot believe it got through. Oh no. I'm sick of this happening to me. This happened to me yesterday too. These ranges are not weak, dude. They're not weak at all. So sick. So sick because I actually covered them too with a $20 bounty. Yikes. Okay. Deep in the money, maximum respect. Folding sevens versus a limp. They call, we can fold. Kings in the Super 55. I do want to see how this finishes, but wow, this guy came back from their 2.5 big blinds. They have 30. Bet the turn. Call. Two flats for middle position. A non-all-in bet on the river. Ace 8 offsuit, little float to bluff. Ace 5-0. Making the call, so sick. I'm not going to be playing this hand cute. What do I do here? Lead jam for pot, jam on top. It's 105 in bounties. King 10 with the king of clubs. Sick. That is a very good turn in the 55. Oh, a lot just happened. Shove Jack 6, call the Ace King. See if we can hold for a suck out here. All right, so let me recap what just happened. We go multi-way to this board. Kings, we drill a set on the turn against 2 pair. We win a big pot. We are now sitting on 56 in bounties, which is a extremely slight free roll in the tournament. We're 41 out of 127, 70 paid. That's really good. We also got a knockout against our friend Roddy here with Ace 3-0. We called for 7 big blinds and their good bounty. They had King 9-0. Take a flop here. Yeah, they had King 9-0. We hold for the bounty, so that was $20 here, which gives us 40 in bounties, which is quite good. And then I folded this King 10, which is like, oh, so bad, so gross, but I just felt like I wanted more equity. Like I wanted like a straight draw or a flush draw or like something. I just felt like I wanted more to put in 30 big blinds there, but the double bounty coverage, decent top pair. Yeah, nice hand. Nice hand. My hand's in a really awkward spot. Like I can't really like check fold, I don't think. And like I feel like I could fold out maybe kings or queens or jacks or something there, so. Oh, I'm behind the action. Hopefully you guys are following okay. Yeah, but I feel like, okay, 3-bet and call pre. If they have kings, queens, jacks, I do think there's a chance we get them to fold on the turn for a full pot size shove, because they're not super deep themselves. It would actually hurt their stack to run into it here. And I have a lot of ace jack, ace 10 suited, ace 9 suited if we want to play calls. So I can rep value. I feel like we can get those to fold. They had ace queen though, so fair play. Here I shove, get 2 callers. I'm very likely dead. They would need to have 7s and 6s basically. Okay. So we bust the Classico, we bust the Predator. GG's. Whew. Okay, take a breath. That was a lot of action. A lot of those pots went well. That king 10 just makes me sick, to be honest. Ricardo, is that in Brazil? I forget where you're from. Is that Brazil or Spain? Or you'll have to remind me. Goodness gracious. I think I actually bet here. I mean, I don't block any of the backdoor flush draws. There's going to be a lot of pairs in both ranges. Unless they're just going to like fold all the king jacks and the king queens. I mean, if they're going to fold all their king queens with the backdoor flush draws, king jacks, these type of hands, then ace jacks, then I probably need to check, but feels like a decent bet. Gonna let some of those bluff maybe now. There's no showdown against my range. I don't know. I might be approaching this pot completely wrong. It probably is. It might be more profitable to just go bet against pocket pairs than whatever the heck I'm trying to do here. Focusing a lot on like I'm focusing a lot on like the ace jacks, the king queens, king jacks, like this portion of the range, which maybe I should just be focused on getting 3 streets from a pocket pair. They had ace queen. Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe I might have been misguided on my approach there. I mean, the mindset essentially was I was really focused on what is the non-obvious value we want to get on the flop, right? Because if they have a pair, it's like kind of obvious. Double check back into bet. So, I mean, queens and jacks and tens can value bet here. Ace high can value bet here. It's probably more of that than like a small pair that got counterfeit or like a random hand, I would assume. So I think fold is better. But yeah, like on the flop, I'm really focusing on, okay, pocket pairs are always going to call me when I have quads. So like, what's the non-obvious pot? How do we get chips from the non-obvious stuff? Ace highs, broadways. So I was like, okay, let's bet. And then on the turn, I was like, okay, the way to get money from the non-obvious stuff now is to check. But I kind of forgot the fact that I need to triple barrel against pocket pairs because they're not going to put all the money in. And that might be more of their range, potentially. Especially if they overfold the flop at all, so. Holy yappuccino. Big yap sesh there. That's why it's unhealthy to get quads. Unless you get the full stack, you're an absolute idiot, basically, so. Spain, okay. I feel like we have the appropriate equity to barrel. But it's like we are in a little bit of a weird territory of like kind of semi-bluffing here. So oof. All right, raise, 3-bet, 4-bet, call, bet, call, bet, call. Bet, fold. Could see block river being like not insane as well. It's 3-bet here. 109 left, 71. We're still a ways from the money. Shoving here. They 3-bet me. Call. Just gonna shove here. You can go non-all-in. I don't really know how these people play though. I don't hate shove. It's a safe bet. It's a safe bet, and we definitely get called by a lot worse, so it's not gonna be too bad. So it's going to be only one of us qualifying. Yeah. Winner take all, and we're going to... whoever wins this takes their chips into the Sunday final, where we'll try to win a package to Party Poker Tour Seville, which is a new stop in Spain for the Party Poker Tour at the end of March. Really enjoy the insight. Thanks, man. I believe that, whatever it is. I believe it. Okay, this will be our last hand before the break. Cool. Fun session today. I mean, after cashing all the party ones, we're on 343 in cashes. Yeah, I don't know. We're going to need something juicy. We have a pretty good stack in the Super 55. Pretty good. Kind of holding out for that. Be nice to make the money in this 150. I have 35 in bounties, 30 big blinds. 260 left, 192 paid. Don't have a great table though. I don't cover any stacks. Pretty loose. Yeah, it's pretty loose. I don't cover anybody. So not the best table. Unless we pick up good hands, in which case, if my opponents are playing loose, then it's quite good for us. But yeah, if we run bad or miss a lot of flops or whatever, it's not going to be great. Okay, fun sesh. I'll be back in a few minutes. Raise 2 callers. Ace Jack 3. I'm gonna bet. Gonna bet. There is value. We can exchange surfing lessons for poker lessons. Doesn't sound like a bad deal. Check, check. Should have a lot of ace high here. Let's go after it. Snap fold. Okay. Sick. I mean, I'm happy to win that pot, but it sucks not even to get looked up at all. Raise, jam, fold. Oh, getting big hands. This time we get called. It's pocket fives. Can we hold to get heads up? No. We cannot. Make the call. Make the call. Don't have ace queen. Thank you. Blind versus blind here. Tens with 5 big blinds. Nice spot. Okay, we hold there. That's good. Raising the eights here. 6-4, we get a walk, which is great. Button 3-bet. Whew, that is a very high 3-bet percentage. Over. Whew. Shall we jam or take a flop? I mean, I feel like we can probably do either against this kind of range. I'm gonna jam, I think. Don't have it, please. Don't have it, or let me flip at least. All right, nice. Went for mid-raise here for 10, which I think is not terrible. Is it me or is the music quiet AF? I haven't really touched it all day. It's kind of where it normally is. As long as it's still kind of hearable. It's kind of where I want it to be. If I get a couple other people complaining or agreeing, I'll turn it up, but PGD, did your day turn around, by the way? I hope so. Hope you started winning some pots. I love when a plan comes together. The plan was to flop lots of pairs. Wow. Needed 2 pair against queens. Sick. Back into the chip lead somehow. Well, somehow. Through running hot. Please fold. Please fold. Bluff raise here, bluff 3-bet here. I'm just bluffing, bluffing, bluffing. Bluff 3-bet the flop against the other guy. Everything's a bluff. C-bet, snap fold. Love that. Fold here. Yes, 2 for 2. We love the bluff. We play loose to win chips. Oh no. Why do I feel like this player's just not bluff, like doesn't have the bluffs here? They probably just call 9s. I feel like this is a stack size position where they don't even, if they don't have the bluffs, like they don't always 3-bet ace queen, they don't always 3-bet 9s, rarely 3-bet 9s. So it's just like jacks plus ace king a lot. Of course, if they're 3-betting more bluffs and whatever. I think we fold. I think we fold. Against a known player, like they're friend of the stream, but against somebody I know more how they're playing, I'm a lot more willing to get it in because the initial raise is coming from chip leader, so we don't have to worry about that. And if this range has a lot more bluffs in it, and maybe a couple pairs, then it becomes more reasonable. But anyway, there ends up being a 4-bet here. They fold. Okay, we'll never know. We'll never know, but I think good discipline not to just send it with 10s, 20 blinds, turn my brain off. Try to make a good adjustment. Again, we don't know if it was a good adjustment, but I'm trying to make a good adjustment. This player has 9 big blinds under the gun for a minimum bounty. This close to the money. Fold. Oh, I meant to be showing this table. GG to Lee. They just couldn't win enough all-ins. All right, we get to play some heads up here. Just fun. Calling over here. Five, seven offsuit. Okay. Can't say I'm thrilled with that one. Two big stacks late position. I like taking my ace nines, ace eights here, as long as the cutoff is opening loose. Doesn't work out there though. Good game. I don't think I'm folding out enough pairs here. King X and 10X. I think I just show down. I can't rep an ace very well. $44 for the win. 44% for the win. 4% for the win. 1 Ton Muckfire says the music sounds normal. You saying it's a whisper? Did cash one tourney, but avoiding all ins. That's the only way. Well, I'm sorry I didn't get better, buddy. And I'm sorry the music is too quiet for you as well, but just hasn't been enough complaints. I'm going to leave it. All right, 10 with the gutter. After check. Let's bet. I'm gonna call here. Best of luck, folks. A7, 6-4. Oh, and it's all fun and games, but then you kind of get to the end of the session and you're like, wait, I had my 15th losing session in a row. What's going on? And then suddenly all these little beats start to stack. Good game. Nice hand in front of the stream there. No hard feelings. Nice value here as well. Seems to be min-raising most buttons, so just gonna keep calling light. No bluff. All right, this is my time to shine. Block the river, call the jam. I'm an idiot. Should have bet big. Okay, we got the lead back. It's cool. It's cool. It's good. 6-3 again, my favorite hand. Oh. Oh, I got the minimum with that ace 10. So sick. 10-4 suited. This one might be a shove, but I think it's good either way. No reason to not to stay aggressive. Like the ace doesn't really hit either of us. It hits me a little bit better. But we basically want to just keep value betting everything, so. Just can't call. Can't call. I don't fold anything good. It's going to be a combo draw a lot. That's really like almost top of the range there. But I just have a hand that can't call. But we can definitely call any pair. I think this gets it done against king high or the weaker pairs. I don't think we need to do anything too big. Nice. Big pot there. Nice float to bluff. Solid battle here. Stacks are pretty even. Good luck. For the win. Yes, let's go. 600K for the final Seville Sadie on Sunday. Seville Sadie on Sunday. Alliteration. GG to Paul. I think I met Paul in if it's who I'm thinking it is, I think I met and played with Paul in London. I was thinking like some obscure city. It's just London. It's just London. Okay, that's sweet. I got a good lineup for Sunday now. I'm qualified for the final of the Seville and the normal Party Poker Tour phases. So yeah, unfortunately we don't get like a cash for that today or anything, but we'll get a chance to win a nice package on Sunday. No need to apologize. I don't mind. Was just informing. I am sorry, though. The music's meant to be enjoyed. Wow, what the heck? Lead out of the big blind. Call. Like raise, call, call, lead, call, jam, jam. Did lead the trips. It's an annoying spot for jacks. Like, you know, it's a lot of chips to get in, but a lot of people don't lead their trips, but they'll lead like 5x, they'll lead some draws. And like the run out's always going to be bad for jacks, especially when I call, because you're now 3 ways to the turn. So, I don't know, man. It's just annoying. There's no good way to, there's really no fun way to proceed with jacks on this board after lead and call. You don't want to fold. You don't want to call. You don't want to raise. I would say in defense of the jack, I think on average people don't have the trips enough, but they do have the other stuff. So I don't mind it. But it's plenty of big blinds to get in with like average equity, considering my range also has overpairs, but kind of an interesting one. 220 left here, 192 paid. We still have the one bounty for $35. Min cash is 165. But yeah, we can look here. So if we could look at my tournaments, I've qualified for these two. The Tour Path round 5. We are second in chips going into the Sunday final. There's 7 1K pound packages up for grabs. This will be a satellite. You have to qualify for these ones. You can't just direct buy in. This one, it looks like there is a direct buy in. No. This one has no direct buy in as well. I was just confused because this one said 0 and this one said 50, so I don't know. Can ignore. But this one will be 3 1,500 euro packages, and I have second in chips in this one as well. So we're set up nice to maybe win some money. London, greatest city on earth? It's one of them. Chakilla says, not even in the United Kingdom of of Great Britain and Ireland. Wow. I feel like you've been too close to London your whole life. You've been in too close contact. You need to zoom out. Zoom out on the state of of what London is. It's a great city. It's a vast and hustling and bustling and robust city. It's not perfect. It's pricey. And if you're thinking, Matt, what honestly do you know about London, bro? Shut up, man. That would be fair. That'd be fair, but what does AI think? What is it? Based on 2026 data focusing on population influence, quality of life, the top cities globally are led by massive influential urban hubs. Tokyo, Delhi, Shanghai, Dhaka, Cairo, Sao Paulo, and Mexico City among the top 7, largely driven by population size. I see. I don't know if that should be... It should be one of the factors. I don't know if it should be the driving factor, though. So this list is... Alternative rankings, best and most influential. Okay. If ranking by best cities, reputation, or economic impact, the list differs, featuring London, New York, Paris, Singapore, Dubai, Tokyo, and Rome. London tops that list, according to artificial intelligence internet scraping on Google. Leads the list, the secondary list. Yeah, I'll play the day 1. I'm not in day 2 yet, BMC, so. So this format, mystery bounties are live. I am the second shortest stack on my table, one of the shortest stacks in the field. If Cablo goes all in, I'm going all in. If they don't go all in, I'm going to wait. On the bubble, everyone covers. Yada, yada, yada. Fold it. Oh, look at this. They do go all in and I pick up a monster. It could be $400 sitting there. Everyone's got a monster relative to this situation. It's disgusting. Random raise alert? No. Do we cover? No. A bounty turbo. These guys still shove a lot of pairs, yeah. Can consider trapping here. The stack I cover wakes up with aces in the big blind. Okay, I win the side pot. The second list is objectively better. It's a different list. They're ranking on different metrics, so they're not lists of the same thing. If I could choose which list to live on, it would be the second list also, but they were separate lists. That Cablo guy ran very good there. I know you'll ship the Seville package on Sunday. Thank you for your confidence. It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. It's brilliant. It's a brilliant turn. I just want to shove. I just don't want to lose this pot. Should probably just fold though. I should probably fold. Raise 3-bet call. Call. I don't know what to do here. I'll just get it in. Let's get it in. Well, good choice if they get it in with queens. It's good. It's kind of a weird overcall with queens. I'm not sure what the plan was there. This player hasn't left me much choice. I'm not ready to fold, so haven't given me much choice here. Nice hand. Unfortunately, there's just no way to check fold on that kind of board texture against an unknown player in middle position in this tournament. It's unavoidably getting it in, even though they bet pot. Yeah, it's just feels unavoidable. Check call the flop here against big stack cutoff, who can be quite loose pre, but also can have a lot of ace X. So we have to sort it out. They do barrel the turn. They are polarizing with this size. Check, check. Nice. My timing may have been off there. It's okay. There's no need to panic. Check, check would be a dream for me. 2 for 2. Nice. Thought about maybe leading the turn, but I don't know. They're doing very well there themselves. Like, they should have all, like, could have any and all 2 pairs. They could have any straight, really. Or for the reshove here, late reg is done. Run into a big hand, late position. Good game. That is all. We're on the bubble here in the 6 max. Might hop in on something. Might hop in something on the side, but I have this table and then I have that turbo. I'm pretty good for the Friday session, but if I run up a stack here, I guess we can fire some hypers on the side or something. But I'm just gonna sit on this table for now. Yeah, it's hard not to be excited for Sunday. We got out of all of our sessions alive this week. Small losses on most, but yeah, we got out of every session alive. Bankroll's healthy enough for the Sunday grind. We got 2 solid satellite packages we get to play for with big stacks on top of the normal grind. It's just it's a good look. Wow, we have a this is the bubble. I don't know if who has bubble protection or whatever, but Pocket 5s is ahead. And they hold. Well, we're in the money. Guess we did red felt today, didn't we? I wonder if that was the actual bubble. This player. Like, there's a lot of 5 big blind stacks around the tables. Find out soon. Something's happening somewhere. Something is happening somewhere. This is a long hand. It's a big fat bounty. What do we do here? It's a weird spot. Do we really raise fold Jack 9 suited equity here for 15? We wouldn't if they were in. I think it's shove somehow. I think it's shove. All right, short stack folds, big stack folds. We can live with that. It's an interesting spot though, I think. Yeah, interesting question, No Name the Harpy. How many outs does your opponent need for you to consider your hand risky? Well, I mean, if they have 2, 3, 4 outs, usually it's not risky. A hand is risky. Like, it kind of depends how many chips you're risking, right? Like, it's more like, I'm okay to risk, like, a lot of my stack if my opponent only has 2, 3, or 4 outs. Once they start having like 6 to 13 outs, then you don't want to be risking a ton of your stack. But sometimes it's also fine. Like, kind of just depends. That's a close spot, I think. It's a close spot, I think. I think I'm not crushing enough since we have this really nice bounty spot on our table too. It's feels close. All right, well, I've gotten rid of all my time banks in pre-flop spots. All right, here we go. Good luck. Spades are covered. Sweet. What's up for his Kingdom TV? Good to see you. I don't want to ignore you. I'm also not going to answer your question, but good to see you. Welcome in. Okay, 30 bigs. Playable. Nothing wrong with it. Nice double up. Feel a little bit better about skipping the ace-8 suited, which was on the tighter side. Really don't want to fold much here on the button, but queen 4-0 is pretty ugly, man. Pretty ugly stuff. Limp? I think we want the fold equity, though. I think we like the fold equity with Jack 9 suited. Jack 9 suited. I saw an Irish comic last night. We went to the Laugh Shop here in Calgary. What was his name? Tom, I think. No, Colum. It was not Tom. It was Colum Tyrrell, or Tyrell. Probably Tyrrell, though. Colum Tyrrell. Anyone know of him? He's an Irish comedian. PGD says, 1, if they're not dead, I'm dead. PGD is currently extremely gun shy on the poker tables. Doesn't even want his opponents to have any outs. Could be an issue. Could be an issue. Super Sway says 1 of 75 PKO yesterday. Bankroll from $10 to 3.2K in 2 weeks. Your videos and commentary have helped me a lot with online. Appreciate you, bro. Let's go, bro. Nice job. Now, can you teach me how to do that? Please. Please. Got a sub coming in. Dan into win coming in with a prime for 30 months. Welcome back, Dan. Thank you so much. Let's get the lamp on for you, sir. Appreciate the sub. Thank you very much. Yeah, I wonder if you're right about the Jack 9. Could be a limp. Like I considered it briefly, but I think we have to like stack off against the big blind anyway if they shove. So we just basically, we have to stack off against them anyway. We take away our fold equity. And I feel like we prefer shoving against the small blind than inducing against the small blind, even though of course we have the required equity to limp call against the small blind. I still feel like it's a better shove for that reason. But because I think, right, because limping I think can be attractive if we're either inducing, like we really want them to be all in, which is kind of true with Jack 9 suited, but not really. Or we are planning not to stack off. It's kind of like either side. It's like we either want the chips to get it in, or we want to fold. Jack 9 is like right in the middle of, we're not going to actually end up folding that amount of equity, but we're also not really looking to induce. All right, it is break. 162 left. We kind of just made the money. Table is okay. We covered 2 stacks. We'll see how it goes, but I am going to take this break. I will be back shortly. Are you sponsored by WPT Global? I saw a pic of you on the front app. No, you didn't, but I'm very curious who you thought I was. That's funny. That is funny that you say that. You think I'm Jordan Banfield, maybe? Did you play cash games? Never really played cash games, just for fun, or like a streamer game or whatever, but never seriously. Is MTT profitable than cash games in the long term? Depends. They could both be profitable. There's profitable tournament players. There's profitable cash game players. They could both be. What is more profitable? It's tough to tell you because you also might run terribly in your MTT career. And then you're like, what the heck? You told me tournaments were more profitable. But I ran terrible for 2 years. And I never had a big score and then I quit. Which can happen in tournaments. Less so in cash games. But I don't know. Tournaments have lots of soft players in them. There's huge prize pools. I think if you have a run good tournament career, you might be able to make more money than cash games, but I don't know if that's true for the average person. I don't really know. I'm also not a cash player, so I can't say for sure. Are you backed by anyone? No. No backs. No backing. No. None of that. You know, of Colin, but not really his style. All right, we're back in the money. 35 in bounties, 165 in cash is the current take home. GG. Let's see who joins the table. Bring in another short stack, please. Dang it. Dang it, like they're pretty much always gonna call, so there's a 166 added to the pot here. Oh, which is a big bounty, man. No time bank. This can't be far off a call, because like they're shoving quite loose for 20 blinds, and that's a lot of bounty money. Don't really know exactly how wide to go there, though, unfortunately. However, bounty's gone. At least the table should be a little simpler now. This turbo's done registration as well, so we'll keep an eye on it. Yeah, I don't know the whole cash game versus tournament thing, because I think cash, like good cash game pros, I think sometimes just like kind of laugh at tournament players because they're like, listen, I'm crushing it over here. I choose my own hours. I'm not stuck in a tournament for 8 hours. I'm making consistent money. The variance is obviously any poker variance is high, but it's lower than tournament variance. And like, I feel like tournaments, you kind of feel like, oh, they're super soft and there's a bunch of fun players, but there's also a lot of really good tournament players too, right? It's not like everyone, it's not like free money to some extent, right? There's a lot of regs, a lot of good players in tournaments too. So I don't know, man. I would choose what you have more fun playing, and I would also choose what makes more sense with your schedule. Like if you're a busy person and you have a job and you can only play certain times of the week and maybe you can't put in as much volume or you can't play Sundays or just like some of these things, like I would probably play cash games for that reason because you can fit in hands when it makes sense for you. Whereas tournaments, like every time you sit down to some level, you have to carve out a big chunk of time if you want to play, you know, if you want to play the good tournaments or a lot of volume. Like party poker is better for that because the tournaments don't last as long, smaller fields. Party poker is pretty good for that. Like every time I hop on, I can play most of the full schedule in like 6 hours, 5 hours. And then I'll kind of know if I'm running very deep in something or not by then. But like if you're playing micro stakes on like GG, for example, you know, some of these tournaments are going to last a very long time. Or ACR. It's notorious long structures. Good luck on the 150. I'm battling on a diff table. Thanks for the good luck. Generally, not genuinely, and genuinely, but generally, I expect this to be kind of linear. So I generally just get it in with 7s, 8s, 9s. Try not to hero fold too much against the big stack, but we're not pumped. It's just kind of an annoying spot. Ooh, I like the flop. Some backdoor outs. Never mind. Well, I don't know. We have 18 bigs against the big stack on the button in a bounty. Raise folding 7s seems not the greatest. I think we just kind of run it there. But yeah, I don't know. If we're starting to get a lot deeper or if the stack sizes behind were such that, like if my opponent there on the button could have a shoving range, then I could maybe get away from it, right? Because let's say everyone had 20 blinds or even there was some short stacks here, then if they could start to have a shove, then the 3-bet gets a lot, you know, it gets a lot narrower. We could maybe hero fold. When they're 3-betting when everyone's kind of like on 45 or 40 blinds, I think it gets a lot more linear. They want to knock out the blinds. They want to go heads up against me. It's not like impossible to have a fold either, so maybe a touch of fold equity. You could see like 6s and 5s take a 3-bet, get it in line instead of calling. I'm being optimistic, but yeah. But I mean, the fact that I'm even talking about it it's kind of testament to how unexciting it is to get it in with 7s here. But yeah, I think big stack with this, the way the stacks are set up, I think I got it right, but GG's. I think. Maybe. I don't know. Close. All right, cash for 600. I'm gonna end it there. Fun stream today. Good session. Good Friday. Friday sessions have been fun. I still have not had a winning session on stream this year. I feel like I play decent, but I lose again. However, Sunday's going to be good. We qualified for 2 final Saddies. We're playing for a 1,500 euro package to Seville. We're playing for a 1K pound package for wherever for the Party Poker Tour, plus a full Sunday. So yeah, hope you guys enjoyed the Thursday and Friday grind. I will see you Sunday. Have a fun weekend. Good luck on your grinds. Stay safe. All the good stuff. And yeah, GG's. Take care.